decision with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to an application of exemption from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal on your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after the applicant's applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You'll receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We'll be hearing items 1 through 9 on our docket today. Mrs. Carnegie, please affirm the assessor and the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Miklick, please state your full name.
Justin Miklick.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Schabel, please state your full name.
Svetlana Schabel.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, please state your full name.
Rocky Neufeld.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Mercury, please state your full name.
James Mercury.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
We'll be starting with item number 761 Leela Avenue. I do believe, Justin, you have this one?
Yes. So it's file number 22-2735, roll number 110-511-56400. We are looking to just confirm the assessment as renovations have been done to the property, as you could see by the permits on page 3 and 4, to where we need to inspect it and then issue supplementals to update the current state of the property.
Mr. Neufeld?
I guess that's the city's problem. These appear to be dated 3 years ago, 4 years ago. We filed an application in good faith, assuming that they had been done. Reassessing 4 years after a permit is rather strange, in my opinion, rather strange period. I think we just proceed onwards, and if the city issues a supplemental, I can't control it, but this appears to be some very outdated paperwork to hide behind.
Justin, I guess you can be able to carry on.
I got nothing really much to say besides you could see the permits here on the work that's been done to the property. They were closed off in late 2020 by the property planning and development department. So I think it's just appropriate that we are able to go in there and update the value as of 2022, which is where we can go back to at this point. So I don't think this is outdated really at all. I don't really have any other questions or comments besides that's how we're going to be proceeding with this property.
I wish I could open my files. I'm sorry, I'm jammed up here. Can we recess till I find something, please, for 2 minutes?
We are live, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll call the meeting back to order. Justin,
Yes.
so you're saying you don't want to read all this information in? Is that it?
Well, I just, from what I had talked about, you could see on page 3 and 4, the permits that were taken out in June of 2019, and they were completed in the late 2020. So it has to be updated on our end and supplementals issued. As you could see on the permit, it was a complete renovation with the description: interior and exterior alteration, and demolish existing balconies, install new with railing, demolish existing entrance, roof and replace new roof, new millworks, fixtures, finishes, and flooring for all the units. Interior doors to be removed and replaced with new, all existing stucco cladding to be replaced with fiber cement board, lap siding, plumbing, and electrical work to be done. So valued $1,440,000. So I think it's a property where we need to update the value, and to talk to this number today wouldn't be representative of the existing state of the property right now.
But this $5,992,000 is still over what it was prior to this year, correct?
Which, sorry?
What was the previous, before you came up with the $5,992,000, what was the previous one?
The value we have is $5,180,000. For 761 Leela is what's shown here.
I've got $5,992,000.
Okay.
That's Waverly. That's Waverly.
I'm
Marcel,
sorry.
you want to be on 761 Leela. Because everything's not in order now.
I know.
Okay.
Don't mind me. So you're $5,180,000,
That's correct.
and that's the 2020
3,
assessment.
correct.
Did you use the permits to get to that stage?
I didn't use anything. I was saying that we need to inspect and update the value, because this value isn't reflective of this current state of the property.
Well, I guess we can hear from Mr. Neufeld and see what he says the state of the property is. We should still read the information on the file number and that.
I had
You had
done
done that?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Neufeld, seeing as the city has no information for us, can you read your presentation on?
Oh, well, I'd like to ask them some questions about the evidence they have presented that would be pertinent.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thanks. Okay. In regard to this proposed supplemental, do you know the number?
And like the value that it's going to change to?
Yeah.
No.
So how could you even suggest that there's going to be a change if there's not a new number? There's nothing definitive, is what you're telling me.
There's an existing permit for a large scale renovation, and we want to inspect the property.
Right, but you don't have a number in mind. So at this point, you've got nothing to present to tell us that there's been a change, do you?
Well, I got a permit
assumption.
to present.
It's
I got
an
a
assumption.
permit. There's a permit.
I understand, but it's at this point in time, it's an assumption that it might be an increase, correct?
There will be an increase.
It's then show it to us, and if it's not, wouldn't you agree that if you can't show it to us, it's at this point an assumption?
Honestly, I don't really know.
Okay.
I don't know what you're trying to get at.
Well, don't worry about what I'm trying to get at. Just answer the questions.
I don't
Now-
know.
Okay. Now, on this permit that you listed on your page 3, and I was looking at the one for the building next door. Well, they're both at the same number. Do you know if this is a total number for 2 buildings, or a number per building?
I'm assuming it's a number for each building because they're separate permits.
But are they the same scope of work? Are they the same size? Going to be
Yes.
differences at all? Do you know for certain?
Yes, they're different permits because they're for 2 different buildings.
Again, do you know for certain, or is this another assumption?
I know for certain.
Okay, and you haven't supplied that in evidence, have you?
That what?
That it's per building or per project. You've not provided, other than the printouts from planning and PPD, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now this you went on to describe some work that had to be done. Did you take a look at any of this work in terms of whether it was an improvement or a repair?
Like I said, I had contacted you about inspecting the property back in November, but that couldn't be arranged. So I'd like to inspect it, and then we can issue our adjustments accordingly.
On the basis of looking at historical photography, did you realize that the former balconies were wood framed?
I don't really know what you're getting at, but no,
If you don't know, just say you don't know.
yeah, like, I mean, they've obviously replaced everything and installed new, so I don't really know.
These potential, or these listed changes, do you know if any of them are just code upgrades required by this PP&D?
I honestly don't know.
And when money is spent on an apartment, how do you prove that there's more? It's worth more after? Isn't it the revenue stream?
That's correct.
And have you seen the revenue stream post alterations?
I don't think that it would be totally relevant at this point yet, because our duty would be to update the property based on the current economic state or the current physical state, and then compare it with economic conditions of pre-reference, or up to the reference date. So that would be using comparable rents of renovated.
That's not what I'm asking.
Properties. So
I believe you stated in your testimony that the permit was closed early 2020. Is that
by
correct?
Property Planning and Development, not by us.
Okay, right. So it was closed at that point. And your page 2, you list a statement received in 2021, which of course we presented as evidence with the year end of 2020. So I'm asking you again, did you not have the opportunity to review the income post alterations?
No.
Okay. So you haven't been able to determine if the post alteration income changed at all then, have you?
Well, that was the whole purpose of gaining the inspection with you, is so that we could gather that information and make a proper adjustment.
But you've already got the statements and you listed them on page 2. You've got, looks like 6 years worth of statements. Didn't you look at those?
Well, we need to update the property first. Because the whole issue here is if the 2020 income statement isn't fully reflective and captured the renovations as they were done and completed in late 2020, then we have to make a comparison with other properties that are renovated to update what we feel is the relevant income stream for this property.
Is not the prime determinant of value income.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in your workup, which I'm assuming you're not relying on, though, but I had a question. It's been capped at 4.85%. And you have described some work that was done on the property, and I'm taking it to believe that you presented it rather dramatically for changes. Why would a property that you are stating required this work be at the lowest end of your cap rate sale? Wouldn't it be a higher end because it needed work?
I would say this is pretty indicative of the model's range of cap rates.
Those are my questions.
Diane, do you have any questions of the assessor?
I do. So just wanting to clarify, you said the permits were finished in late 2020. So the information that you received on May 6, 2021 would have been till December 2020. So you don't have enough information for 2020, the ones that would have come in to revalue the income, correct?
Well, and so, yeah, like the way the department approaches that is when there are these situations where properties undergo these type of updates, because we're dealing with different reference dates that are, say, 2 years behind, what we do is when we come up with the new value, we compare it with other properties that have been renovated to make sure the rents are in line with those other ones in the market.
Right. That was going to be my secondary part of the question here. Yeah. In order to do that, you would have needed to see, in order to do an income here, you would have needed to see the apartments because you didn't have the physical I&E on the new rates. And because you contacted Mr. Neufeld in November but didn't get into the apartment, you can't do that. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. We would like to inspect it.
Okay, and then my next part is on these permits. Does it not say that the DMT address is 761 Leela? So the permit that you've attached on this property is just for 761 Leela. Is that correct?
Yeah, and then my other one would show 7. It's
the other one shows a different address. That's why I'm asking, because Mr. Neufeld was thinking they were the same permit for both locations.
Yeah, Amanda uses different. Like there's a number of addresses associated with this that this property uses.
Okay.
They range from 761 to 767.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Robert, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Neufeld, if you can make your presentation, please. Neufeld?
Yeah, just 1 second. I'm thinking about a redirect here. And I'm just looking up my information. A panel member asked about the addresses on these sites, and you said you don't know for sure if they were together or not. Now I've got an email from the ownership who gave me the total project value of that. So, and I'm just reading it now. Are you sure about your answer?
Did you present this in your evidence?
I'm asking you if you're sure about your answer. That's all I'm asking.
Well, I'll say yes, because there's 2 different permits, but you didn't provide anything to show that.
Okay. And you ever renovated a property yourself and taken on a permit?
Is this a question for me?
Yeah,
again?
it's a question. Have you ever done this process yourself?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Neufeld, if you can make your presentation now, please.
Yes, so we had obtained, of course, the post-change rent roll, and we have it listed. So this is what the assessor has also received, and you'll note that what we're looking at is budget and actual income, and that's our page 3. So after this work was completed, potential rent was $509,000, and that's after vacancy and discount. Now, discount is what is now being done more customarily in the market, where there's free rent being issued or discounts from the posted RTB number. And in this case, it's both. When a property has spends money on it, you can apply for above guideline increases. And what Residential Tenancies Branch does is they register each rent for each particular suite. So that's the registered number, but that's not the market number. The market number is decided by the property owner and exposing it to the market and seeing what he can get. It's just a number that they have the ability to go to down the road. And it's people find it a little confusing. I mean, I've worked in the multifamily world all the time. There's a difference between a registration under the Act and actual income. So it has moved to a 509,000 post after the work. And it wasn't much of an increase because it doesn't matter what you do to a property, you're still having to deal with the market. And if you'll note that the assessor's number pre-alterations is 540,000. That obviously his number is still too high. And that's why we thought we'd go ahead on this, because after whatever work was done, it's not making more money. It's still $30,000 under his. The other part of this is the expense side, and there's a problem with the expense calculation, and I'm not going to make an adjustment here, but I do want to explain it. You'll notice that prior to renovation, expenses were $269,000. After the renovation, $213,000. What that's the result of is after you do renovation work, your repairs and maintenance drop for the first period because you've just spent a bunch of money on fixing stuff. So you got sort of like a holiday on your costs to maintain the property, and and you can see that particular number on our page 3 is the total repair and maintenance is $34,000, which is about $700 a unit. And you should be seeing a number for something like this from $1,500 to $1,800 a unit. So it's the holiday period after your renovation. So this was stabilized incorrectly, but you know we're going to stick with the number, the average of the two numbers, and the income after the work done for a net NOI of $267,000. This compares to the assessor's number pre-renovation of $251,000, and again, it requires a bit more scrutiny, and we've capped it at 5.75%, and this is based on our factors on page 2. To refer to this, put this in perspective, on page 24, we have our cap rates for Colliers, and this is a low rise, so the best rate is from 5 to 6%. Descriptions of those rates are on page 25 for multifamily, and the low rise is described here. Now, this building would likely be considered in the low rise range, but that doesn't mean it's automatically at 5%. That means that it's between 5 and 6. no one gets the low number because it's like a prize you win at a game show. It's between 5 and 6. So we just slotted it between 5 and 6, and then looked at the issues on it. And number one, of course, is the Collier's cap rate studies, a cap rate for the purchaser, not the vendor. So closing costs are included. So that makes a change from 5 up to 5.15. Each of these numbers is about 0.05 percentage points. Year built, it's not new, and quality and condition. And it to me, looking at this, when I was looking at the old pictures, it looks to me like this thing was built very cheaply to begin with wood framed balconies, and that ended up being replaced because, of course, wood frame fire code problems. The work that's done on it smacks of cheap, 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 and there's only so much you can do to make cheap better, and you can't make it perfect. So that was, and then discussion, of course, with ownership and what they were planning on doing with it and what the condition it was in. We do have an inexpensively built project that had some new cladding done on it. So that was our other issue. Income growth potential is on the another down point, because you can see from the statements that it has the potential to earn more, but it can't achieve that potential, because once you get to a certain point in the market, there's no room for growth. You had an apartment that you're renting for $600, you've always got an upside because the market will pay more. When you've raised your rents to where they're currently at, there's no more upside. And this is the biggest, I'll use my words correctly here, the biggest misrepresentation in real estate capping. You get a low rate if there's an upside, and you don't get it automatically. So you look at a property that has upside. There's no more upside on it. It's done. You're not going to get better. It doesn't matter what the quality is. It's already proven on the first year of performance that it is not getting better. So that's why we came up with 4,654,000 post whatever work was done. And I reiterate verbally, I'm looking at the emails from ownership, and the 1.4. I've got this email here that it was a total budget, but for what it's worth, who cares? More than half of it was required repair, and none of it translated into a value increase, and that's the bottom line. That's my presentation.
Justin, do you have any questions?
Yeah, in 2019, did this property ever transact through a share sale?
I have no record of that.
Okay. There is a Collier's listing for this property in 2019, but I mean, if you don't have any record of it, I'll just leave it at that, and I have no more questions.
Diane, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just again to this statement on page 3, that is for the full year of January 1st to December 31st, 2020. If
Correct.
These renovations were completed at the end of 2020, rental increases wouldn't have taken place till the end of 2020, correct?
Well, that's the assessor's statement as to when they finished. She said PP&D closed the permit at the beginning of 20.
Late 20, actually.
He said late 20, yeah.
Okay, but the when they budgeted this, they budgeted for the full year, and the permits were taken out June of 2019, and this isn't a great scope of work. Most construction is done over the summer. I'm just was wondering if anyone bothered looking up occupancies on this.
On page 2 of your thing, the sign that says now leasing at $1,345 a month. That's why the assessor used a value of $900 and something a month.
Yeah, well, just 1 second. I want to look at see if there's an answer in the first page one. Okay. Okay, there are no occupancy permits for Leela, which tells me a very, very important fact is that tenants weren't moved out, that this was a staged work issue, and like the outside work didn't require the tenants to be relocated. So I don't see that there was a large vacancy occurring. Now, your other question was page 5.
On page 2, your picture shows Garden Park now leasing with a rent of $1,345.
Yeah, I see that. That would be the rack rate, registered rate. So if you work that out, now that's I don't know what unit that is. I noticed that there's a couple of different unit sizes. So I'm just going from the statements.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Rocky.
Robert, do you have any questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
So, Rocky, your NOI is actually higher by a bit from the cities?
Well, it's a few $1,000s higher, and that's really because when the person who did this attempted to stabilize, they didn't take into account the repairs and maintenance required further stabilization. You know, it's at $700 a door that they put in that statement, and it should be at least $1,000 a door higher. So you're going to have $48,000 higher in R&M on a stabilized statement, and that would bridge the gap. So that would indicate probably $253,000 in expenses, and the average that's our gap, $12,000. The mistake there on our presentation. The rule of thumb is that if you see an error in it, if it's something that the evidence is already showing, you can revise it, I believe. But if you've got a mistake in your workup that's evidence based, you can't revise it unless you present new evidence. So I didn't present any. It's in there. It's an argument, not an argument. It's my opinion here. $34,000 on a 48 units is too low. But we're not going to change it.
Okay. Thank you. Anything in summation, Justin?
No.
Rocky, anything in summation?
I guess we saw the statements and we appealed it because it's still too high, whether you want to call it renovated or not renovated. It's too high, and concept of 4 years saying, like, why does this come up now? We file an appeal. Does it trigger somebody to say, hey, let's do a permit search? And, we found one. We should do a sup on it. That's if the city's behind in their work issue. I mean, in their work output, why is the property owner not get to be treated fairly? So if they're going to do us up, I can't control it. We'll come back and say the same thing, regardless of what that number is. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll conclude that matter. Let's move on to 771, Leela.
Okay. So that's file number 22-2736. And hold on one second. Roll number 110-511-55900, and same as the previous property. So just with the existing permit that is outstanding, us inspecting and updating the value. And yeah, I mean, I had provided pictures at least on page 8 and 9. So you could see the current state. And I did see that Colliers did have a listing on their website in February 2019 for a sale. I don't know if it transacted through a share or not, but they projected NOI for 2019 at 545,300 for both properties combined, and that was before these renovations. So,
Sorry, what page is this on?
it's a verbal testimony. But other than that, we're still asking to confirm because we need to inspect it. So same as previous property.
Any questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to first assume that the other questions that relate to the 761 would be similar, and the board will remember them. But I'm just looking at this page 9 and 10, page 9 and 10, 8, 9, and 10. What's the effective date of this brochure?
I had taken this in late 2022.
Late 2022.
Yeah.
I guess the question is about when this permit was closed.
Yeah.
That I'm looking at, and I'm going to have to submit this as rebuttal. I'm looking at this on the website, and I have a 2018 copyright on this.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering if you're still sticking with your story that it was finished in 2020.
Yes, I am sticking with that story.
Okay.
I mean, the permits were pulled in June of 2019, so.
Anything else, Rocky?
No, that was it.
Thank you. Diane, do you have any questions?
No, I would just have the same questions as the last one. They've been asked and answered. Thanks.
And Robert, you're good?
I'm good. No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Rocky, on with your presentation, please.
Well, essentially, it's the same thing, and I'm assuming I'm not. There's nothing new to add, other than I was mentioning earlier about the repairs and maintenance costs, and they differ on this one. And again, it's post renovation holiday. It's 31,000 for the 48 units, so that's a little closer to 600 a door, and it would be higher. So our NOI is artificially high. It would be lower, and there's the numbers that we saw from post renovation, and I have just sent a rebuttal on the whole matter, and this is based on what the assessor has presented on his page.
Sorry, do we have that rebuttal? I'm sorry, Rocky.
Yeah, I just sent it. So
It's on its way.
Is it going to be in our link?
I'm going to email it to you.
Okay, thank you.
So what the assessor's evidence on page 8, 9, and 10 is from a brochure that's dated 2018. And I just clipped the bottom of it from the webpage, and you can see that it's the same brochure for 2018. So I think that when somebody comes to puts the proposition forward that it was just completed and that I would be questioning this, and that's the number we had.
I just don't have the email yet.
So if you're on Sunrix's website.
Thank you. Now I have it.
So can I respond or do I have to wait?
We haven't got any information yet here.
Okay.
I just received it.
Go ahead then.
Okay, so just if you are on Sunrex's website and you do go to that, like I am right now, you can click on a number of different properties, and at the bottom it says 2018 Sunrex Management Ltd, all rights reserved. So I don't really know if how that copyright would apply to those pictures being from 2018 when the permit was pulled in 2019, and they wouldn't have done all that work without that a year in advance. So that's just kind of what I gotta say about that.
Okay, are we all done now? Any questions?
I have no more questions.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll treat that as a question, and that's misrepresentation because this is a single page from the website. It's not a Sunrex page. I'm looking at it right here. 2018 at the bottom, Garden Park Estates. It's not all their properties. It is this property.
I'm on another property on Sunrex website. It says the same thing at the bottom. I've just looked at 4 different properties right now. So I don't really know how you're trying to spin that one, but we're still standing the way we are, and that's that. So I don't think I need to add anything more.
Mr. Neufeld, are you there?
Well, you know what? Let's beat the thing to death here. I'm resending the whole page because what the assessor's saying is incorrect. And I don't think we should be putting up with guesses and assumptions.
I mean, could I send a page to the board so the board can see what we're talking about?
I just sent the page in its entirety. This is Garden Park Estates. 1 page at the bottom, Sunrex 2018 copyright. And I've been working for Sunrex for a decade. So if it was a Sunrex job and you're talking about the company itself, it would say 2010 or 2011. It wouldn't say 2018. This page is 2018.
So, Rocky, can I ask a question?
Sure.
If you go down, if you're looking at that website and you go down further, what pictures are showing of the outer of this apartment?
Renovated pictures.
Yeah, so how could that be at 2018?
What I'm trying to say here is that this is what's been presented. This is shown on the web, and the assessors told you that permits weren't closed till 2020, and which infers that our statements aren't right. Now, he's given you no evidence. I've given you evidence. I have no control over the rest of it. I can only show you what I have. I'm guessing that the permit was a staged permit for work done over a period of time, maybe floor by floor. That's just my guess, and that essentially, and in our closing, we have the data revenue that represents a post renovation condition.
But the permit was taken out in 2019, correct?
Well, that permit that he's presented was taken out in 2019. You're bringing up a very interesting question here. I think I'm just wondering.
It says June 24th, 2019, the issue date.
Yeah. No, I was just looking to see if there was their permit dates. And no, this would be the issue date. Well, we have conflicting dates. but I guess I'm just relying on what I got from ownership and what I'm presenting. I'm just okay. I guess I'm just a little annoyed that the assessor's so certain of himself and on his assumptions, and that's not what should be happening here. If there's some doubt, let's just declare there's doubt, and I see doubt.
Diane, any further questions?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Robert, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
And I've got none, so that'll you've got anything at summation, I hate to say.
I got nothing to say.
Rocky?
As I said, we've got a statement post any changes, and it's still too high. So I think there's a problem here with the procedure being followed by the assessment department, and it's unfair to the taxpayer. They should have done this 2 years ago if it was true. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll conclude the matter. We'll go to 905 Waverly next, please. Oh, we're going to have to change assessors here.
Yes, I am done.
You're done, Justin. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thanks.
Can we get rid of Mr. Mercury?
He wants to do 50 Scurfield first.
Yeah, 50 Scurfield.
If he's still here.
You want to check if Mr. Mercury's still there?
I'm still here.
Okay.
Table, are you there?
We're going to move up to 50 Scurfield Boulevard. Just so so Jamie can go home. Or to work. Boy, he's just going to mess up my sheet. Is Miss Shable there yet?
Yes.
Okay. All sworn in.
Yes.
We're going to go to item 50 on 50 Scurfield first, okay? So that Jamie can deal with it.
File number 22-2626. I have preliminary issue. The assessor requests that the burden of proof be placed on the applicant for not cooperation. Section 53(3)(b) of Municipal Assessment Act. And if a reduction in assessment is ordered, that it follows Section 54(3)(2) of Municipal Assessment Act. If you open page.
Sorry, before the assessor continues, for the board's interest, we have a preliminary issue as well. Do you want to do them separately, or do you want to hear them together before you go to deliberate?
Let's hear them one after another.
Okay.
Depending what yours is, but let's deal with this one first, please.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Shable. What page did you say to go to?
On page number 9.
Thank you. Okay, we're there.
We did send on April 15, 2021 letters, request for property sale and income expenses information. On page 10, we didn't receive any information back. It's on page, what we sent on 10th and 11th, but we didn't receive information back.
And that's it?
That's it.
Mr. Newfeld, Jamie, you want to speak to this one?
Yes, so just looking at your brief, excuse me, Ms. Shadle, there's no, you don't have evidence of receipt of the document in your brief?
No, I don't have.
All right. That's typically something that the city would provide, is it not?
If we have, yes, we provide.
Okay, but did you search your records?
Yes, I
Okay,
didn't
and you
find.
and you don't have it.
Mm-mm.
Those are my questions.
Okay.
I did have one then. I'm just wondering if the assessor looked at the difference between the taxable party on page 1 and the where the letters were sent on page 9.
Yes, it was sent on April 15, 2021. It was one owner, but on June 1st, 2021, this property was sold for 2.7 million.
What are you trying to say, that you sent these to the old owner?
Yes, because it was end April 15, 2021, and sale of property happened on June 1st, 2021. That's why we have new owner today
So the new
on
owner,
a file.
the new owner then never received this notice, did they?
I don't know.
Okay, sorry.
All right, so I think those are our questions of the assessor. We'll have just a few brief comments unless the board has questions of the assessor on this issues.
I'm just going to check. Diane, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. So if the letter went to Tanis Holdings, care of Cornus Group, who's going to pay the penalty? Tanis Holdings or the new owner?
I don't know.
Okay, and second, did you follow up with another letter in June for this? And where's the registered letter information that you would have sent for the second letter because you didn't receive it the first time?
I didn't find additional information.
So a second letter was not sent out in June after the sale, you said?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
I was looking specific for 2020 income expense mailer, and I find out it's not there, but I didn't can track back. I didn't find another supply
Okay, thank
evidence.
Robert, do you have anything?
I have no questions, thanks.
Jamie, you said you had something you wanted to close with?
Yes, just very briefly, our position here is quite clearly the request for penalty is inappropriate in this case. There appears to have been, if it was sent to the previous owner, number one, and we don't have any evidence of receipt. That should end all inquiries. We've done several of these penalty requests, not only in this cycle, but in previous, unless there's evidence of receipt, not only at the address, but by the owner or someone with authority. There's no basis upon which to issue a deferral order. There was some commentary with respect to the sale. That is clearly a post-reference date. I know that doesn't that's not necessarily directly relevant to the penalty issue, but I know Mr. Newfeld was going to flag it. Clearly, any post-reference information should be excluded from this brief, so we're a little surprised to see reference to it. But that can be, I think, addressed separately. I think the issue right now is the non-compliance issue. So I think you have our position.
Okay. Is there anything further? You said, Mr. Newfeld, you said you had a second item you wanted to deal with?
Well, Mr. Mercury just brought it up. There's
that
post-reference information, and it's prejudicial, and it's been put in print and repeated to you as well. I mean, I trust the board knows how to deal with it. I think it should be removed from this entirely, and not considered or given any weight.
Thank you. We're going to go in camera for a few minutes. We'll bring the meeting back to order.
She's just gonna let everybody back in.
They're coming. Okay, Mr. Chair.
Everybody's there?
You bet.
Committee's back in order. We're dealing with 50. We're going to be denying the city's request for a penalty on that. Ms. Shable, if you could bring forward the rest of the information on the property, please.
Okay. File number 22-2626, roll number 0306516240. We are valuing the property as it stands of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, in this assessor opinions, that the market value of subject property as April 1st, 2021 is $2,374,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property office building located in 6061 West North Gary Industrial. It's got a piece of land of site of 80,173 square feet and leasable area 11,511 square feet. The subject property was sold in 2021, 2020, and 2019. The subject property is located southwest of the city. On page 3 and 4 more air photo, it's street view. On page number 5, I provided on the bottom rent comparables for same neighborhood 661. It's 13 comparables on Scarfield, Dovercourt, Scarfield, and they showed the mean $18.11 and median $16.50. We did apply, we use leasable area 11,511 square feet, model generated $15 per square foot. We apply 6% vacancy loss, 3% expenses, shortfall $8 per square foot, overall capitalization rate 6.4%. On page number 12, I posted building occupancy permit. In 2019 in June was occupied by Apothec Fermentation Inc. In December 2019 occupied by Kronos Group. And let's look on my rent comparable started on page 13. Scarfield, I presented 3 leases. One lease for 2,000 square feet rented $16.75. Second lease for 10,030 square feet at $13.50. And another lease 8,907 square feet at $13. On page number 14, we have another comparables for 40 Dovercourt Drive. I presented 3 leases. One lease started in 2014, around 10,000 square feet for $13.50. Another lease started in 2016, around 4,000 square feet at $16.50. And third lease started 2013 for 2,750 square feet at $30.50. Another lease on page 15 and 452 Dovercourt, 4 leases. First lease started in 2018 for 2,220 square feet at $17. $0.13. Another lease, same square footage at $28.63. Third lease, 2,219 square feet, $24.46. Another lease, $23.94. On page 16, 100 Squarefield Boulevard, free leases. One started in 2004, 13,217 square feet at $16.50. Another lease, 2,610 10 square feet at $16. And lease in February 2020 for 2,040 square feet, rent for $22 per square foot. On page 17, 18, I presented similar property rent comparables from 2000 leases, currently leases. It's 87 comparables leases prior to reference day, and oldest lease 2018. It showed that total area in my comparables 289,685 square feet, and average median $16.01 and median $15 per square foot. We did apply $15 per square foot for the subject property. It's in our estimate market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $2,374,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Rocky, any questions on that? Hello, Rocky.
Yes, okay, I found it. Sorry, I was just doing something here. I'm just wondering. I'd asked the question earlier about the assessor's use of a post-reference sale, and I'm wondering, do we have to make a motion on this now to have it recused, or is there any way we can handle this?
All she did was mention it, and we don't put any weight on anything that's post anyway, so.
Okay, I just worry about it being prejudicial. That's all.
Nope.
When people do it up, and okay, on that aspect, the sales listed, the sale from 2019. Did you look into that sale?
It's not relevant.
Did you look into that sale?
It's not relevant. I didn't look.
Didn't look. Are you aware that it was two properties that sold, 40 and 50?
That's why it's not relevant.
Well, why is it in your report if it's not relevant?
No answer.
How much is that other property, 40 Squarefield, assessed for? Do you know?
I don't have answer.
And going to, this is just I'm having a very bad day here with stuff.
That's two of us.
Yeah. Just woke up and didn't like what was happening in the world today. I'm just sending in a rebuttal too on that sale, and because I just don't care for this sort of procedure.
I think we're pretty good at realizing what happened on that sale.
No, I understand. Okay, set in motion, and I'm keep on going here.
Keep going, please.
In regard to the valuation on page 5, was this done by the model?
Correct.
Did anybody do an inspection?
Mr. Chairman, although I have not inspected it, the subject property, I am able to completely and accurately describe it based on the data we have on file.
Does that mean that there's no inspection?
I didn't inspect.
Okay. Do you have any interior pictures or any idea of the finish?
No.
You've rated this, or somebody's rated it as standard finish. Do you have different levels of finish to apply in the model?
Model generate $15 per square foot with very well supported by my 13 comparables and similar neighborhood very close to the subject property.
That's not my question. My question was, can you have an input of a different finish level in the
No.
model? Do you know?
No.
I've seen inferior finish being put on some. Doesn't that happen from time to time?
It's not relevant for the subject property.
I just asked if it could occur. Could it occur?
No.
The capitalization rate for office, what row does this occur on your page 7?
Model generates 6.4%.
On your
And
page 7, you have a
On page 7, we have City of Winnipeg range from 20 to 80 percentile. It's 60% of properties between 5.6 and 6.9%. Model generates 6.4%. It's inside this range.
You have 2 rows there. One is suburban A, the other is suburban B. Which is it?
If you look, suburban A, B have same range, 5.6 and 6.9.
Okay, so you're saying the model doesn't differentiate between A
No.
and B?
No.
Okay.
And
You-
Collier's information don't differentiate as well.
the properties that the outside brokers whose cap rate estimates are provided here, they do differentiate, don't they?
Yes, except Collier's.
And who made the decision to put Collier's cap rate report in suburban B?
If you look on page number 7 on bottom, we use public information. It's a post of number 1. It's public information, quarter 1, 2021, Canada cap rate report valuation advisory service for Colliers Canada, and link where we took this public
These
available report. It's
these-
outside source. Colliers, CBRE, and Cushman Wakefield, it's outside sources.
These outside sources have a higher range than the city source. Aren't they discrediting, or like why are you putting them in here?
If you look on page number 7, second paragraph, our rate generated by all sale across the city. It's statistical number, a statistical range. I can read this paragraph if you would like.
I think we can all read.
I think it won't be necessary.
So in
many-
second paragraph, it shows that all sales across city was analyzed by using model generated estimated net operating income and sale price. And also was ratios developed. It's that and this ratio was specified and set forth in standard of ratio studies published by the International Association of Assessors Officers.
Do you know how many investment sales there were in your model?
I don't know.
Okay. On your on your page 12, you have an occupancy permit. What would be the purpose for this?
We didn't have income expenses mailer provided to us. I tried to look if what happened with these properties, who inside, and I found 2 tenants occupy. Apotec Fermentation Inc. occupied that June 2019, and Kronos Group occupies since 2019 December. I did further investigation. What happened with this building in first place?
What
Because we
was the
didn't have income expense mailer provided to us.
What was this building built originally as? Do you know?
Its original was built 1987.
For what purpose? Do you know?
Today, we evaluating the property as stand of January 1st, 2023. Right now, it's office building.
I ask again, do you know what it was originally built for?
It's not relevant.
Do you know, yes or no, what it was originally built for?
It's not relevant.
I'm sorry, that's non-responsive answer. I'm allowed to ask a question. You can say yes, no, I don't know. I don't, but relevance is not your decision.
I don't know.
Thank you. The rents that you've brought in, did you look at any of those other buildings and inspect any of them?
I took from our records. They located Scarfield, Dover Court. They located in the same neighborhood as subject property 661, West Court, Gary Industrial, and very close to the subject property. And I tried to find leases, big leases. If you open page 13, biggest lease 10,030 square feet for $13.50. At 75 square feet, you can see air photo and street view and 2 photos of this. It's look similar like subject property. On page 14, 440 Dover Court, biggest lease first, around 10,000 square feet rent for $30.50. Look very similar to the subject property. Another comparables on page 15, 452.
I think we've already read those onto the record, all these comparables. I don't think we have to.
Yeah, so my choice was close to same neighborhood, close to the subject property, and the physical look similar.
On your page, since you brought it up, on your page 13 and 14, both of them show a tendency to have a lower rent for higher space. And the subject is at 11,500 square feet. And on page 13, you've got 10,000 feet at 1350. That is under what you're putting at $15, and you just said it was similar, correct?
It's this lease started in 2019. Our reference date 2021. This lease should be upward adjustment for 2 years, time adjustment. On page number 14, my lease around 10,000 square feet was signed in 2014. It's need 7 years upward adjustment for time.
Are you suggesting that in 2019, with COVID hitting a few months after that, in killing the market, that rents went up?
And compared to 2021, it's time adjustment. And by the way, subject property was occupied 2 tenants same years, 2019.
That was the owner, correct?
I don't know.
Those are my questions.
Diane, do you have any questions?
I think Mr. Neufeld asked most of my questions. Yeah, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Robert?
Oh, no, I do have, sorry. The permit that you showed, the occupancy permit that says dated December 13th, 2019. Do you know if that's still in existence or when did that finish?
I know that this, because I was looking who tenants in this building, this permit showed that 2 tenants moved in 2019.
So they're still there?
I don't know. We can ask agent.
Okay. Thank you.
Robert, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
I gotta go back to your page 13 again. I'm just gonna do 2 of your comparables on 75 Scarfield. Both rents were 2019. They're both at 1350, and they're 8,000 square feet. The other's 10,000. Do you know what's in those buildings?
It's an office building as well.
Yeah, just office?
Yes.
You're sure of that?
It's office building and has a small garage from another side. I've been in this building.
Yeah.
So you have two entrances to office and you still go inside building like warehouse, very small area for
Is
each
there-
unit.
There's a couple of them in here that are gymnasiums that are wide open, are they not?
Yes.
Is the property we're dealing with? How is it situated inside? What's it laid out as?
And in our record on page number 5, we have only one premise, 11,511 square feet. But according to occupancy permit, we have two tenants. It will be divided for two premises in future when we put tenants in.
When they put tenants in?
Yes, we still
Yeah.
have to follow up with this information.
You've
That's
actually.
why income expense mailer very important to us.
Okay, but you just said that there's no tenants in it right now. Is it empty?
In our records,
Okay,
we
we'll
have
see.
to update our records. This
Okay,
premise will be divided to two spaces.
We'll ask that question of the appellant after that. Thank you very much. I've got no further questions. Mr. Neufeld, can you make your presentation, please? Mr. Neufeld?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just,
I know, getting something else ready to mail into me.
no, I got 3 screens and 16 open windows and things get covered up, and I'm not always ready to go here. The property is part of the Apotex group, and I think everybody knows the story behind Apotex and the Shermans in Toronto. It was sold in 2019 to Kronos Group, and Kronos bought both properties, this one and the one next door, for $8 million. Kronos is a cannabis group, and then this one ended up being surplus to their needs. The interesting thing is that their building at 40 Scurfield next door is assessed at $8 million, which is the size of the sale for both. So if we're looking for market evidence of a sale, I think that's something you should look at. This was just surplus. My client bought this. My client is, how do I say this? He's very elderly. He recently sold a property nearby on Scurfield and had a tax issue, and felt that he should reinvest immediately to avoid some tax implications. He's owned the building since June of 21. Colliers is actively trying to list it, and we've had lots and lots of showings, but nobody wants to do it, wants to buy it. The building was built as a church. It was a Pentecostal church, and prior to Apotex ownership. And I did send in some rebuttal pictures, and these are in based on my questions of the assessor about condition, and saying that it was normal condition. It's not. The problem with leasing it now is the people who looked at it, and the concept of it is it looks like it requires anywhere between 100 and 150 a foot to make it ready to get normal market rates. It's just bad inferior space. It looks like the last owner designed it when they were using their own product. It's really funny looking. It's just not a good building. So we had just put a rent on it of $13, and some of the numbers we had looked at were rents in the neighborhood. And unlike the assessor, when we provide a rent, we know what these rents are, and we've investigated them to know they're clear of influences. So the ones we were looking at are on our page, unpaged, page 3. Were this one, 1100 Waverly. Now this is the industrial. No, it's not an industrial park. It's actually an office park that used to be occupied primarily by Manitoba Hydro, and it went vacant. after Hydro moved out, and it was all refilled. So these are a couple of leases in there, and the one that's more pertinent, is 18,000 feet, and that's the Tower Engineering, $11. No TIs in it. So there's a clean rent in the neighborhood of space that needed a little bit of work, similar to the subject. And another couple of rents, 895 Waverly, which is a mixed use. This particular portion is the office portion. There's 3 tenants in there. There's one that's got a little warehouse portion at the back. This is not that one. It's on a year-to-year basis. So it's been renewed at roughly the same rate of $12.50. There's a few others in here that I had the ones for Wilson in here, which is a repurposed warehouse, and these are actually older rents. They were renewed. I think one was at $12, and I don't recall what the other one was at. But the other one was impacted by TIs. Those were the main ones that we're looking at. There's some Superior office at 850 Pembina, and it ranges from $12 to $17, and based on size, of course, but the ones that correspond to the subject are at 12 and 15. That's a better location, and that's Superior space. The comment on the use of other comparables on Scurfield is that there aren't a lot of pure office on Scurfield. Most of it is mixed use, and there's a variety of different ones on it. Without beating this thing to death and spending all day going through the assessor's data, I think it's rather it's like an inventory of rents that's never been investigated, and the going rate for this sort of thing, like for example, 75 Scurfield is $13, but yet 104 is $22 for roughly the same size. So that just tells you that there's a quality concern on Scurfield. This is the lower end of the scale. In terms of the other costs to it, we looked at vacancies on office, and it has been 100% vacant for well before it was purchased, dating back, I believe, to the Kronos purchase. I pretty much think that they never used it. I think Apotex didn't have much use for it either. They were owner occupants, but fair enough that it's 100% vacant. And the Johnson report has overall office at 9.9 and suburban at 7. If we average those out, it's 39%, but we're applying at 15% because it's more of a standardized rate for a vacancy. The non-recoverables, well, the non-recoverables are huge in this. We've just applied 5% because everything's a non-recoverable if you don't have income. Shortfall was calculated on what it actually was based on the tax load and the cost to occupy. I haven't really compared it to the assessor. I guess we're probably a couple cents different, so it's not a major issue. And we've capped this at 7.5. Most of our concerns have been addressed by applying a rent for inferior office and putting a 15% vacancy on it. So as a result, our cap rate can be more competitive. This is not an A nor a B. This is miscellaneous because it was built as a church, and it's got severe design problems. And as a result, the quality and condition is lower. It is not meant to be an office. It wasn't built that way. So that's why it suffers. And so Colliers, and I don't believe CBRE nor Cushman track converted churches in their office studies. And that means that it's above the range that we have. The issue with that, of course, is that it's got low tenant interest and low investor interest because of the cost required to convert it. and that's the impact that would have on value. We also, for rents, had kind of a listing in Johnson of suburban asking rents, and they're listed on page 64. This would fall in the category of a suburban C or a suburban miscellaneous. And the asking rates are of interest. They're ranging from, a low end of $5.95 and a high end of on Corridon at $24. Most of this, and I'm just saying, there are a number listed on Scurfield, and they range. And I'm looking on my page, it's page 17, unnumbered. The Scurfield office rents are listed between $8.50 and $20. And by the way, the one at $20 is the business center, so that's not a real rent. That's the business center space, some shared services. So without that one in there, the high end is $14.50 for asking, not achieved, just asking. On that basis, I think our valuation is pretty much what you would expect to be treated, and I do want to refer to the rebuttal information briefly.
Okay, any questions of Mr. Neufeld? Mrs. Mishable?
No questions.
Diane, any questions?
Just when you say it was built as a church, do you have any interior pictures?
Yes, in the rebuttal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I'll wait till after we see that, then I'll ask you some questions.
Robert?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. On to the rebuttal.
Well, I sent in two documents. The first is called 50 Scurfield rebuttal condition. And these were actually clipped.
Sorry, I have assessor rebuttal items 3 through 9.
Yeah, and there should be one that says applicant penalty rebuttal 22, 26, 2650 Scurfield. And if you open the folder, there is 7 documents in there.
Oh, okay, in that one, okay. So we want to look at which document now, Rocky?
The one called rebuttal condition.
Applicant rebuttal 1.
Applicant rebuttal 1, okay. 2-page document?
5-page.
Okay, just a minute, sorry.
Could you please provide rebuttal evidence for me as well?
I'm sorry?
I don't have this rebuttal.
I emailed it over to you. Did you not receive it?
No.
So, sorry, Nicole, there's 222626 file number, applicant rebuttal, and then applicant rebuttal part 2. Is that correct?
Yes, let me just take a look at, I received so many that they're in a subfolder. And I made a subfolder for the applicant, Mr. Neufeld, and there's
So both those rebuttals are 2 pages, Mr. Neufeld. I can't find a 5-page one.
It's just got pictures in it.
I have a listing with a whole bunch of pictures for you, but they're all listed as 1100 Waverly, 1555 St. James. Is those the pictures that you're looking at?
No, they're just the Harlequin pattern flooring.
No, I don't have that. Just a minute.
Are you referring to the photo, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, those 5 pages of
That
photos.
Is applicant 2626 applicant rebuttal. And there's 5 pages of photos.
I get 2 pages in that first one with just 40 Scurfield listing the price of that. I think that's more about the sale
that was
about.
Yeah, that's 2. So the one right under
1. It's 2 pages again. It's the same thing, 40 Scurfield.
I have same document as well.
Well, let's see what I sent.
Okay, well, in my SharePoint, I see 2 documents under that subfolder of applicant.
There is 2 documents, but they're both the same, Nicole.
Okay, I'll resend them again. They're not the same in mine, so let me just read
Okay,
here. Sorry about that.
that's okay.
We're gonna take a break shortly. This keeps up.
Okay, let's just put it back in there and see if it's any different. And if you refresh
I've
Just-
done that 4 times over.
now.
Okay, so now I'm looking under the rebuttal items 3 to 9 or the penalty rebuttal.
No, just under the applicant rebuttal, which is under the applicant rebuttal folder. The 3 to
About a minute ago. Okay, let me look again. Okay, now I have pictures. Thank you. 5 pages. Got it, Rocky.
Why didn't I get it?
I'm still waiting.
So it's in the SharePoint link.
Yes, and I've sent it to Svetlana, but I'm going to send it again. I'm just going to forward Rocky's email so to make sure that she gets the correct document. Okay, here it comes via email.
I receive photos.
Okay, everybody got everything now?
I receive photos. Yes, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Rocky. Explain to us what we got.
Okay, page 1. That's the house of worship. Was converted to an open concept office portion. Second page is, what do they call it? The Narf, something like that. When you enter a church.
Narthex?
Yeah. And
I
what
call it the front.
the front? And we shake the minister's hand at the end of the show if it was good. What I found of interest here, of course, is the ugly tiles, which are a big problem. But if you notice the door, that's a wood framed fire door. So that's one of the other problems they have to face. And you can see the wood beams for the roof there. Next picture under it is the kitchen, just real basic stuff. Third page is a hallway, and bottom of that page is a different angle on the entranceway. That tiling occurs throughout. The fourth page is just another office area. This is real basic finish. It's all got to be redone for anyone who moves in here. You're going to be redoing partition walls here as well. In addition to everything else, the last page is a hallway, these were all on a video presentation that I clipped, so I couldn't get pictures of the bathrooms. But our agents say, as I said, it's 100 to 150 a foot just to get it into a condition where you could rent it and get normal rates on it. It's ugly, it's old, it's below code, and it's been configured as a converted church. So that's this is just bad condition. The other piece of rebuttal information is again, the assessor provided a sale which was inappropriate, but I asked a question about the first sale of $8 million, and this is a clip from Sabre, which is a database that the assessor and the Appraisal Institute and the realtors get to use. We use the same codes as you note on here. So in 2019, this is a sale you should consider for both properties, $8,090,000. This was pre-reference. This was Apotex to Kronos. So you can see that it's 40 Scurfield and 80 and 40 and 50 Scurfield, both properties. Second page shows the assessment of 40 Scurfield. For what it's worth, it's assessed at $8,197,000, and both sold for $8 million. It's of interest to show what everybody in the market thought that this was really worth, except someone who made a very bad decision. And that's my rebuttal.
Thank you. Any questions on his rebuttal?
No questions.
Diane?
No, sir.
Robert?
No questions, thank you.
Seeing none, anything in summation? Ms. Shable?
No summation.
Rocky?
Yes, I do. This is a building, and there was a sale. There were circumstances behind it. It is post-reference. I know you're not going to put weight on it. It was presented, and it is prejudicial. But bear in mind that we had a very strange situation here, and we had a year and a half of being unable to market it. So however you want to characterize it, it was a proven mistake. If you look at a post-reference sale, you should look at the post-reference performance. It's bad. The building condition is low, and the model should have been adjusted to reflect a condition issue. And that then we probably wouldn't be here today. A converted church, repurposed as office, it will not re-enter the market without substantial renovation. My opinion is, at the end of the day, we're probably looking at more of a tear down and a value for the land, and repurpose the property as something that's marketable and the market likes. And if you look at the numbers, we have it at $650 an acre. A good industrial area. That's funny because MTS bought land right across Waverly for $600 an acre for their data center. So I think that in my mind would be probably the highest and best use is repurposing land value. Thank you.
You're welcome. That'll conclude the matter. We'll move on to the next one, which will be 905 Waverly Street, I do believe, correct?
I'm going to depart at this stage. Thank you.
Oh, I thought you were already gone, Jamie.
It was so interesting. I stayed.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Too.
I'm getting lots of noise out of it, if anything else. Item. That's Spurfield. I don't need that. $1080 Waverly. When you're ready, Jen.
File number 22-3068. Roll number 10000007500. Wir value the property as a stance of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, in this assessor opinion, that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $5,992,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property office space located in 634 Linden Woods. It has land area of 67,612 square feet with leasable area 26,944 square feet. The subject property was sold in 2015 for $4.5 million. The subject property occupied by one tenant, 24-7 In Touch Inc., size 2015. And for a lease for 10 years for all 27,277 square feet at $16.01. On page, the subject property located southwest of the city, more air photos following, and street view. It's a regular shape of land. On page number 5, I have presented rent comparable for similar type of properties with bigger. I try to find biggest leasable area rented. I have 100 Waverly, Buffalo, Taylor. It shows the mean or average $19.12 and media $18.20. We assessed 26,944 square feet at $16.99. We did apply vacancy law similar like previous property, 6%, expenses 3%, shortfall $8 per square foot, a capitalization rate 6.75%. If you keep going on page number 9, income expense mailer provided to us. On page 15, my comparables started. All my comparables close, similar neighborhood around 600. It's the same region, yeah. My first comparables on page number 15, 100 Waverly Street. This lease size 2018 for 16,317 square feet for $15.50. On 1090 Waverly, 200 units, lease size 2009, around 14,500 square feet at $22 per square foot. Comparables 1150 Waverly Street, units B2, lease in 2020 for 7,280 square feet at $17.50. On 1200 Waverly Street, Unit 6, has area 5,783 square feet, lease for $18.90. On page 17, 1101 Buffalo Place, Lease size 2019, around 15,500 for $21.28. Another lease on 895 Waverly Street, Unit 300, lease in 2013, less than 13,000 square feet for $21. Another lease, 905 Waverly, lease in 2015, very close to the subject property, 27,000 square feet. And it's subject property, sorry, $16.01. it's 1345 Waverly Street. I have 3 leases. Biggest lease is 12,461 square feet, rent for $22. Another lease in 2014, around 12,564 square feet at $16.50. On page 19, Taylor, 1355 Taylor, a lease in 2015, very small, around 4,000 square feet at $26.50. Taylor, 1345, 12.5 thousand square feet at $20. 1420 Taylor, we have rent for 10,000 square feet at $17.25. And another lease, 18,242 square feet at $16.75. Following all comparables of similar properties, 87 leases from 2020, 2019, 2018, current leases showed that from around 300,000 square feet, average $16.01. So based on evidence, we apply $16.99 in our estimate value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $5,992,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, just one sec. The valuation of this on page 5, was this all done by the model?
Correct.
And you have a rent of it of $16.01. Was there anything wrong with the rent?
Nothing wrong with the rent.
Is it arm's length?
Yes.
Okay, and that's 27,000 square feet, correct?
Yes, and they showed a bigger square footage, 27,276 square feet. If we apply same square feet, our potential rent of $457,779, it's our rent will be $16.78. It's close enough. It's mass model appraising.
Okay, and you're also showing a sale for it on page 2. Was the to your knowledge, was the rent and sale was the rent in place when the sale occurred?
You can see lease started in October 2015. Our sale was in July 2015. Lease was start after purchase.
Yes, but my question was, did you check when the deal was made for the transaction?
I don't have answer.
Okay. And sorry, I lost my place here again. Would this be considered a suburban A or a suburban B?
It doesn't matter. It's suburban office. Big square footage.
Just the same, okay. In regard to your comparisons, I guess I'll just look at page 5. Did you take a look at the sizes of your properties when you were looking at a
Yes.
rent?
If you look on area, I try to find biggest rent. For example, 1,000 Waverly, 16,000 square feet, 1019 Waverly, around 15,000 square feet, and they rent $15.50 and $22 per square foot. Biggest rent going on comparable number 5, 1101 Buffalo Place, it's $21.28. We have, you can cross comparable number 7, it's subject property. And biggest rent, for example, comparable number 13, Taylor, 18,242 square feet at $16.75. We assess at $16.78. It's fair. It's supported by my evidence.
Now, 1601 Buffalo, are you aware that one of the tenants owns that building?
It doesn't matter. It's a reported net rent.
You're aware what's in there, do you not? That's the Remax real estate office?
It's not relevant.
I didn't ask if you thought it was relevant. Are you aware that one of the brokers in the building who works there owns the building?
I don't know.
Okay. And aside from that, rent, did you try to do a size comparison to see if there was a statistical variation on the size of the building, size of the rented space and the rent achieved?
I say I find the biggest rent in this area, 600. And I point them all my comparables on page number 5. I can nothing to add.
Okay, well, those are my questions. Oh, wait, no, sorry, I wasn't, I just remembered another one. Get y'all excited there. There's a couple of buildings that you've listed on Waverly. I believe, I'm just looking at the pictures, 1090 and 1200. Aren't those medical buildings?
All air photos of my comparables on page started on page 15. Let's look what comparables you're looking into.
Page 15 and 16.
15. We have 4 comparables on Waverly, different type of properties.
They're listed your rent table number 2 and number 4. Aren't those? Are you aware that those are medical buildings?
They have a very big square footage and a similar type of buildings that I posted here. It's not medical building for us; it's office building.
Okay. Now I was advised. I don't know if you're aware of it, that one of the doctors in this building, her father owns the buildings. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Diane, any questions?
Do you have any internal pictures
Of what?
the building? Of
Subject
the
property?
inside, pictures of the inside?
No, I don't have it.
Okay. Have you visited this building?
No.
Thank you.
Anything else, Diane?
Nope, that's all for now.
Robert, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I will, Mr. Neufeld, if you can put yours forward, please.
Thank you. So the tenant is 24/7. The owner is not 24/7. It is a arm's length company. The transaction was done before the sale, so there was a going in cap rate, which you could calculate quite easily at 7.8%. The owner is Neptune, who owns several other properties in the city you might be familiar with. So they are not related in any way. We're using the paid rent, which was set in that period of 2015, and in our opinion, there hasn't been anything that will differ from that. The former owner occupant was Stantec, an engineering company. So the building, I was in it when Stantec was in there, and it's a bit of a strange building. I think that the difference on the space has to do with a very small upper level area in the property, and it's being counted as rentable, so that's what we're including it. But that is the income coming, 436,000. As with our vacancy side of it, we rely on the Johnson report, looking at a mean between an overall city rate and an overall suburban rate. It's not differing greatly from what the assessor has. It is 2 points higher, but this is reflective of actual performance, and the Johnson report has been produced for this all of our properties, and it's on unmarked pages 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and we have all the entire inventory of vacancy transparent and for you to look at. We would class this probably a suburban B. And there are a few drawbacks with it. One is that the configuration, it's parking deficient for building this size, now in use for a call center. It must rely on buses, and which means that in the market, if you're putting it up for an alternative use, you won't have enough parking space. So some office buildings are convertible, some aren't. An example is the Waverly one that I was mentioning earlier. It has parking, so you can have retail activities, you can have a restaurant in there, or office or warehouse. This particular one is somewhat restricted on that basis, and for office it'll work. But being on Waverly, the adaptive reuse is limited, and it is a point when you look at what the market difference has been, and especially during the last 2 years, where the gap increased so greatly between different property types. Some thrived, some didn't. Office didn't, not investment office. But the non-recoverables, again, the statement are provided, and then there's a healthy amount of non-recoverables in there, as there are in every building. It is misleading not to consider non-recoverables, because it's not about having a model, it's not about having a belief, it's about the money, and the money says there's always non-recoverables. And we have one workup that we've done on the last 2 pages that shows our managed properties with a mean of 9.81% and a median of 7.01%. Non-recoverables vary, but as I said, to not include them is misleading. The cap rate is set at 7.25, and the issues for it have to do with the location. For one, it's surrounded by residential. They're the only properties abutting it are single family residential. And the downside on this is that if you wanted to get a permit or a variance, you're going to have to deal with neighborhood opposition. And trust me, this neighborhood opposes properties. This is the same location area where the KEG wanted to build, right across the street. And the neighbors shut them down, and they had to move and put it somewhere else. And that's what the impact of residential on commercial co-location. There have been other projects on in McGillivray, very close by, that two projects were rejected on McGillivray, and a third project on McGillivray had to be adapted for changes, all on the south side between Waverly and Kenaston. And so it is something to be concerned about if for adaptive reuse. So an investor would treat this differently than if it were in a commercial node, because if it's in a commercial area, say Pembina Highway, you're not going to have opposition to any sort of change. Here you will. and these are minor changes. If you'll notice, we had it rated as a 10 and we changed it to a 6. So that's 0.2% on the cap side. This isn't not life and death, but it is a detailed look at the minor variances in properties. A perfect property is 6. There's no such thing as a perfect property, and there's minor changes that occur. The design and layout, because it's kind of a rambling building, and inside it's a collection of small spaces, the way Stantec designed it. So the call center does have a bit of a challenge because they like to have larger open areas, and other uses could offer that as well. So minor difference there, and the second level was designed as a sort of a outlook point. Big deal. It's not really bringing anything to the value. It's a aesthetic feature. Year built, it's fairly good, small issue, but the quality and condition, because it's a strangely built building by an engineering firm, it does have a lot of different uses inside the building. It was set up with glass partition walls, and that would then require changes to deal with it. And those were the factors we had looked at. So I think 7.25 is a good number. And considering that it's sold at a 7.8 is a fair number. Last thing I was going to say, those are good words for you to hear from me. Last thing, on my page, well, it's the 44th page. I ran this myself, and it's every sale that occurred in office from the date that the first restriction on COVID came out until the reference date. None of these are investment properties. There were no sales. So to suggest that there's been great activity and markets have increased, correct. What's happened is that the markets have come to a stall. People are not selling their properties because they'd have to sell at a loss. And it's a hold attitude. So the model cannot develop cap rates nor rents and say the market improved because there was just a lack of data. It's my opinion that the model was extrapolating past data, and no support has been given to any sort of sales that occurred in the last 2 years, bearing in mind that the legislation says you have to reassess every 2 years to deal with market changes. The market went down. It did not go up for office. And that's what we're reflecting. That's my presentation.
Ms. Shabelis, you got any questions?
No questions.
Diane, any questions?
I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Robert, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
And I've got no questions. Let's move on to says anything in summation. I hate it. Anything in summation? Either
No,
party?
thank you.
Nope, we're good.
Thank you. The next property will be 1080 Waverly. Is that correct? Do you guys need a few minute break or what?
Would be nice.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, that'll be it. 1080 Waverly will be next. We're going to come back to it, okay?
1080, okay.
Recess, would you like?
Recess, yes, please.
For how long?
5 minutes.
Okay. Here we are live.
Okay, 108. Waverly. When you're ready.
File number 22-3069. Roll number 0307155340. We are valuing the property as a stand of January 1st, 2023, based on economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, in this assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as April 1st, 2021 is 10,772,000 and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property office building built in 1989, located in area of 652 Buffalo, and leasable area 52,980 square feet in our records. On page number 2, subject property existing leases. You can see leases started from 1989, 2009, 2010, 2005. We have only one lease started in 2018 and rent $22 per square foot. On page 3, 4 more subject property air photos. It's located southwest of the city, irregular shape of land, consists of 2 separate buildings on same lot. More air photos, street view on page number 5. So let's look first my comparables on page number 7. It's the same Buffalo neighborhood. I showed 11 comparables with mean $21.35 and media $20 per square foot. On page number 6, our estimate of market income. We assess 52,980 square feet at $15.91. We apply same vacancy 6%, expenses 3%, shortfall $8 per square foot, the capitalization rate 6.9%. On page 10, income expense mail provided to us, where I posted leases on page number 2. Let's look on my comparables. On page 18, comparables on 100 Waverly lease, a big square footage, 16,370 square feet and $15.50. On page 19, 1150 Waverly, 7,000 square feet rent for $17.50, 5,000 square feet rent for $15.95. On page 20, 1,200 Waverly, several leases. Smallest leases, 1,475 square feet rented $29.92. And a lease, biggest lease, 5,783 square feet rented $18.90. On page 21, 1601 Buffalo Place, lease for big square footage, 15,580 square feet at $21.28. Another lease on 1250 Waverly at $19 and $20 per square foot. It's following with all income office space. On 3 pages, it's 87 office space, 3 years prior reference date. And these leases showed for 300,000 square feet, average $16 per square foot. We did apply $15.91. It's fair and very well supported by my evidence. And so estimate market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is 10,772,000. And that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Rocky, any questions?
Yes, I do. On your page 2, you provided your estimate of rents and the subject properties. While we're looking at these rents, why wouldn't you have considered some of the rents for your rent studies for the other properties we've heard today?
I consider it rents bigger square footage. I use rents. In our case, all these rents from income expense mailer provided to us, and I would like to bring your attention that square footage of reported 54,683. We assess only 52,980 square feet.
That's not what I was asking. I was asking, we've heard some other properties today.
Yeah, it's part of my comparables. Yeah, it is property, correct.
You brought in rents on all sorts of sizes of properties. I'm just wondering why this one never made the list, since you worked out numbers.
It's on my list. It's on my list. You can look in previous property. 1080.
Now on this rent roll that you provided in
For
page,
example, on my previous brief for 905 Waverly Street, it's my second comparables for 14,568 square feet. It's units 200, rent $22 per square foot. It's part of my comparables.
okay.
And we assess less than $16 per square foot. It's fair.
All right, so now let's look at that one for 14,568 feet at $22. And on page, the rent roll, page 16. What are the recoveries on this site?
It's a model generated.
Well, so we're not asking about the model. We're asking about the use of this. You said you use it as a comp.
Yes, it's my comp for rent. Rent for less than 15,000 square feet for $22 per square foot. But
and you call this a net rent, correct?
It's net rent, correct?
And now I'm asking you to look at page.
Rocky, why don't you just put that into your information after and correct it then, rather than go through all the questioning of what she knows and what she doesn't know, please?
Well, it's in her evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, page 16, units 200. They have commercial rent, $22 per square foot.
Right.
They pay recoveries, common area recoveries, and tax estimate. It's clean net rent.
The recoveries are 96 cents a square foot. What are they in the rest of the building? The other tenants. Look at the one above it. The one above it is $9.79. This one's 96 cents. Do you not see that you're using a gross lease?
No, it's a clean commercial rent, separate, plus rest, gross lease $22.96.
You're classing this as an OFS building, which is office, correct?
Correct, office building, yes.
Is yoga studio office?
It's a office finish space. It can be used different way.
Have you been in it?
No.
You know, is the Moksha hot yoga is finished as office? Is that what you're saying?
And still, it's if they rent for $14.21.
Is it office? No, yes, no.
And plus, its rent started in 2009. It needs time adjustment for 12 years, upward adjustment.
Are you assuming it's a 20-year lease? You don't think it was renewed at some point?
It's not reported to us.
Well, did you, so you, okay.
It's not
you're-
reported to us. I can
Not
provide
reported to us.
what exists. I don't read from ceiling.
I believe it was reported. Okay, how about the veterinary clinic? Are they in office use?
He's building office space and they have rent between $13 and $22 per square foot.
Where's the vet clinic located in the building on your page 4? Which building is it in?
It's units 11.
In 1080 or 1090?
They rent for $16 per square foot.
Building 1080 or building 1090?
Let's check what income expense Miller showed. 611. Lower. I
It's
don't
a bit-
know.
It's in building 1080. Are you aware that building 1080 was built as a warehouse office? Every one of those units has a loading door. Are you aware of that?
Let's look more air photos building. We have two buildings, 1080 and 1090. 1080 have only one floor, separate units. And 290, if you look on page number 5, it's 2-floor building.
I asked if you were aware that building 1080 was constructed as warehouse.
It's warehouse office space.
Did you look at the loading doors at the back?
But you look on page number 5, second photo, it's first and second photo, it's small neighborhood shopping mall.
So you haven't been to the site then?
You have good photo on page number 5 of my brief.
Yes, I'm looking at those pictures. The rear of it, you're not showing the loading doors. You're aware that has loading doors at the back.
Yeah, because this shop, they need to deliver a purchase, delivery just for use for tenants. If you look on page number 4, we can see 1080. It's facing street. This parking spot. It's not relevant, by the way.
It's not your point, not your issue to tell if it's relevant or
Yeah, you
not.
can.
I asked a question.
After I don't know this part.
Okay, so you're not aware that there are 8 loading docks at the rear of 1080 Waverly.
How it's significant?
Are you aware that it was built
How
as a
it is
warehouse?
significant?
Are you aware it was built as a warehouse?
How it's affect estimate value of such a property?
Okay, let's not get into an argument, guys. Let's move it on.
Now I lost my place.
Yeah, blame it on me.
No, it's just a rotten day all around here. Page 6 then was all done by the model based on OFS standards. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if it was valued on the basis of what it's used for, which is a combination warehouse, retail, office, do you think the numbers would be different?
It's office space. It's a model generated, and all my comparables on page number 7, similar type of properties.
But if you made a mistake
You have
here and
opportunity
treated it as
to
office and it's not.
rebuttal on it.
If you made a mistake treating it as
It's
office when
office
it's not.
space. Same my comparables, 11 comparables on page number 7. Same neighborhood, same setting in our model.
Have you ever inspected it?
Not.
Those are my questions.
Thank you. Diane, questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Robert, questions?
No questions, thank you.
On with your presentation, please, Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. Well, it's quite clear what this is: a multi-use, multi-purpose building. 1090 was built as an office, and 1080 was built as retail with a warehouse attached. They all have loading doors, and some are still in use for that. Some have been repurposed, but the buildings are a mix of retail, office, warehouse, and office. So it is not office. It's mixed use. Incidentally, I've inspected it numerous times. I bring my doggy to the. I usually get out of the job, but he gets his washes every month at the vet clinic, and I'm glad to have him out of my hair for a few hours when he's getting his wash. Been in through many of these. I helped put a tenant in one of the warehouse spaces, and so it's just a mixed use building. Now, what we had done is looked at it from the statement side. The other problem with this building is there's one user, which is the Education Council for First Nations Education Resource Center. They occupy space in 1090. Those rents are gross rents, not net. The rest are net. The actual net on that is about $10 a foot. And it's quite clear in the statements and the rent rolls that these are gross rents. So the assessor has used them as other comparisons. I was waiting till this hearing came up, just we had the evidence in front of us. Can't use gross rents and call them net. That is an error, and that is irresponsible. The mistake we made on our income approach, is I looked at this during the break, and I see what happened. The person who did this took the statement after vacancy and called it net. That's not appropriate either. So the income is higher than that. The income that was shown in the statements was after the vacancies had been accounted for. It wasn't potential as full. So as a way of correcting this, the best, most expedient and proper way is I will take out the vacancy allowance and the shortfall allowance, because they're already accounted for. Because this is a mix of gross and net rents, the best way to value is always take all your revenue, subtract all your expenses, and that's how much you're earning. The vacancy of 70,903 and the shortfall of 44,123 equal 115,025. Adding that back into the 569,431 gets an NOI of 684,456, 684,456. Capped at 7.25 is a value of 9,441,000.
9,400,000.
9,441. And the cap rate is just based on, a perfect rent is 6%. This building is not perfect. It's got mixed use. It's older, repurposing. When you take an old, something was done as a warehouse and try to rent it out to a financial planner, you're not using your property anymore to what it was designed for. And when it was designed and built, they thought they could serve 3 types of property, and that changes over time. I call it the Ford Escape of I hope no one has a Ford Escape. I call it the Ford Escape of real estate. Is it an SUV? Is it a car? Is it an off-road vehicle? Is it a station wagon? It does all of those poorly. And that's really the concept behind the cap rate. It's not it's 7.25, which is still a good cap rate, but it's the change in the value. Last thing, yes, there was one other thing I wanted to tell you, and this is in regard to what I've been saying all along about costs and non-recoverable costs. You don't make these things up. Now, my NOI, which I gave you at 684,000, take a look at page 4. Cash to owner, 670. And that, the 654, we're saying he's taking 670. That's the real number. That's the real NOI. That's what we should always be focused on, is how much money are you actually taking home and pulling out of the building. You don't usually see these in statements, but in this case, it supports the concept of non-recoverables, and a true indication of how one should read statements. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Ms. Shane?
Yes, please. Let's open page 3 of agent brief.
Okay, go ahead.
We see income statement, and let's look on revenue specific. This type of building showed office rent, 17,520 square feet. Plus they have parking revenue, very small, $35. But they recovered common area recovery, 14,222, previous come recovered, tax recovered, and total revenue 93,000. So income expense mailer showed net rent, recoverable expenses. If you open page number 4 of same brief, we see not recoverable, total recoverable expenses. We can see total utilities, total outside, and total recoverable expenses, 56,000. What not recoverable? Not recoverable tenants improvements minus 20,000, assessed fee, cash to the owner 422,500. So we have revenue from office rent, tax recoverable, occupation costs recoverable, plus another expenses recoverable, 56,000.
Is this the question that you're coming up with right now?
It's a clean net rent.
No, this is your turn to ask him for questions. Are you going to ask him a question, or are you going to give us another lecture?
It's clean net rent.
I'm asking you, are you asking him a question? This is time for questions. You've given your presentation. Have you got a question for him?
I can transfer all my presentation and question. It will be hours.
Thank you
want
very
me
much.
Go there?
Have you got a question that you would like to ask the appellant?
So according to your evidence on page number 3 and 4, it's net rent, correct?
No, it's not a net rent building. I'm not sure what you're saying, but the income is split into rent and recoveries. So that's the total income. So it says here they collect 885,000 in rent and 292,000 in recoveries. So those are the two numbers to work with, 885 plus 292. Then you scroll down to the next page, and the expenses are actually 503,000. So there's their shortfall there from 503 to 292. So $211,000 of expenses not recovered because there are gross rents in the building. And then going through the entire operation, then there's more non-recoverables in here, landing in this case, when you take out the owner's contribution, is indicating the how it goes through to the flow through. So this statement to me would indicate $640,000 in net operating income. And we're using changed it to 684, taking out a few of those other expenses.
Any further questions?
And please look on page number 3, first line. What type of space here? Net rent. Can you read for us?
Page
And
3.
how much actual? Yes.
Which line are you saying?
First line.
Revenue?
Yes.
It says revenue.
Second line.
Okay. Office rent, which is a software feature, Now, because someone says it's office rent, doesn't make it office rent. They don't have to follow a rule. This is the way the statement is made. This is a piece of software. I think it's called Spectra.
How much they actually
If you want to
revenue
go
for
through
office
it
rent?
and
Can you read
determine,
for us, please?
if you want to determine what's office and what's not office, then you would move along to page 5. Unit 1, office. Unit 2, retail. Unit 3, I think that's office. Unit 5 is retail. Unit 7 is retail.
I ask
office.
completely different. How much actual revenue for office rent? On page number 3. Read for us actual, please.
The statement is a word, not a reality. If one then goes and looks down at
Brief number,
rent,
actual number,
rent
collected.
table, page 6,
I
commercial
talk
rent.
about number 3.
Commercial rent.
Page number 3 of your brief.
You're absolutely being silly about this. This is a word. This isn't a rule. This doesn't mean it's office. It
Okay,
means
but,
that the software calls it that.
How much the revenue for
I think we can all read that number.
Okay, I can read for you. 17,000 on page number 4. Total recoverable expenses 56,000. It's clean net rent. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld?
I'm sorry, I'm having a very frustrating day, and I don't mean to be a rude person. I really am not, but I have difficulty with being asked questions that transcend the reality. This is a statement. The numbers do not lie. I'll leave it to the board to read it.
Thank you. Any further questions?
No, sir.
Robert?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Let's move it on to, I think that concluded that matter, didn't it? Everybody made their presentations? Yes. Now you're getting me confused. Next property will be on 1479 Buffalo. When you are ready.
File number 22-3268. Roll number 03071573-000, located in 1479 Buffalo Place. We are valuing the property assistant of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on evidence in this report, in this assessor opinion, that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $6,371,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property is office space located in Buffalo neighborhood. We can sell on page number 2, last sale recorded in 2009. The subject property located in southwest of the city. On page 2, 3 and 4, more air photo and street view of subject property. On page number 5, I presented 23 comparables, same neighborhood, Buffalo neighborhood. And they showed the mean $20.60 and the media $18.90. Assess market income, subject property market income presented on page number 6. We assess 35,066 square feet at $14.87. We did apply same vacancy loss 6%, expenses 3%, shortfall $8 per square foot, and capitalization rate 7.2%. On page number 10, in my addenda, I presented income expense mailer provided for us. All leases started on page 13, 14. In my comparables, if you look on my comparables started on page 15, similar type of property on Waverly, $15.50, another on Waverly, $15.95 and $17.50. On 1090 Waverly, two building what was previous posted, it's clean net rent for $22 and $16 per square foot, depends which building located. On page 17, 1601 Buffalo, we have rent for $21.28 for 15,580 square feet. On another comparable 1200 Waverly, rent between $18.90 to $13.45. On page 18, 1250 Waverly Street, we have rent from $16 to $20 per square foot, depends of years of lease. Same office rent comparables, 87 comparables, 3 years before reference dates showed rent $16.01. So based on evidence in this report, in the subject property as April 1st, 2021, $6,371,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Do you know what this was built for?
Today it's office occupied space.
Have you ever been in the building?
Yes.
Would you recall going through the building and being told what it was built for?
This building, we are valuing the property as stand of January 1st, 2023. It's office space.
That's not the question. You were told what it was built for, weren't you? And you saw what it was built for?
It's not relevant for 2021 assessment.
Okay, I asked the question, do you know what it was
No
built
answer.
for?
Move on, Rocky. She's not going to answer it.
The rent, the workup you've done on page 6, was this all done by the model?
Correct.
No, who is in the area for 15,600 square feet? Do you know what tenant that is?
Let's open my brief on page 13, where leases started. Today it's empty space, recorded in 2020.
So
Units 200 on page number 14.
Why would the biggest space have the highest rent?
Average $14.87 for 35,000 square feet.
Why would the biggest space have the highest rent?
No answer.
Well, you've got space, the smallest space of 233 square feet at $997. Wouldn't you expect to see some economy of scale?
It's finish.
This is, well, I mean, you've been in the building, so I think this is a fair question. But you've got this as an OFS. Was it built as an OFS?
This building has 2 levels. One level halfway from ground and main floor. Second level, these units for 15,600 located on a second level. It's a high quality finish. It was office space, great access.
Did you take a look at the statements?
And on page number 14, show today it's vacant on the 2020.
I'm just
As
wondering.
on October 31st, 2020, it's a vacant space.
I'm wondering if you looked at the statements and compared the rents that you've applied to the statement rents.
It's not relevant. Average rent $14.87. And my comparable showed $18.90. It's very well supported, model generated by my comparables.
For example, unit 201 is listed at $10 a square foot rent. And your model puts that rent at $14.31.
It's model generated, we not site specific.
Okay. And the capitalization rate, this being a converted industrial building, was there not a consideration of obsolescence in the capitalization rate?
It's office space capitalization rate 7.2%. It's already outside 16% of the property. If you look on page number 8, between 5 and 6 and 6 and 9, we have 7 and 2. It's taken into consideration.
Those are my questions.
Diane, any questions?
I do not, thank you.
Robert, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
And I've got none. Mr. Neufeld, on with your presentation, please.
Thank you. This is like old times here. This successor and myself did take this property through the municipal board, so many of the facts on the case were presented. One of the issues on it, the main issue, is that this was built as a banknote printing operation and an industrial use, and then repurposed later. Now, not converted, repurposed, which is a different issue. The problem which was presented at the board on the space was that we had a contractor go through it, and all the demising walls are bearing walls, masonry bearing walls. So there's no ability to simply take a space and move a wall and move your tenants about. You have to accept the layout as it is. So it's an obsolescence problem. The rents that have been achieved are fairly clear, and the statement has been included by both parties as to what those rents are, and what the income is. The actual income, and again, this is one of those buildings where there's not a perfect recapture of expenses. There are variable recovery rates, so we are treating it more in the gross concept. So as full, the statements are clear. The revenue is $700,000. Expenses, which includes rental revenue and recovery revenue. The expenses are $323, leaving a net of $377. Now, that's not the actual performance, because the actual performance is impacted by vacancies that occurred. So unlike the last one, this one was actually calculated correctly. We would use a net income of $377, and then the vacancy, we've taken three areas of vacancy to look at. One is the actual 13.6. Then there's the citywide office in Johnson, 9.9, and the citywide suburban at 7. we just average those out at 10.19%. And that's just a way of stabilizing it because yes, buildings will have different vacancies at different times. Personally, I think this building has suffered from greater vacancies than most, and I would probably go a bit higher, but that's irrelevant at this point. That actually is because this is what we provided. The shortfall, we have calculated out what it actually is, and you'll note that this is lower than what the assessment department has put on it because we're using actuals. Sometimes rents, sometimes numbers are lower, sometimes they're higher. And non-recoverables, of course, are clearly stated in the statements. You'll note that with their actual vacancy, the statement is showing a net income of 252,000, and that's a clean number. It's all property related. We're using 276. Our cap rate is suggested by number one, that this is a converted, not warehouse, but manufacturing building. The floor, which is difficult to see in the pictures, and we did have a lot of better ones. I don't know why you didn't get them. But the entrance to the floor, in order to be barrier-free access, was excavated. It's a split level, essentially. And you can enter the lower level and then upper level. And the split level was based on the previous use where they used the basement floor for the banknote manufacturing. But it's a repurposed building, and that's the biggest slam on it. It's not custom design warehouse. Over the years, the vacancy rate has been atrocious, and it's right now at 13%. It's actually been quite good, but it was funny that at the time we were doing the municipal board, I went out to take pictures, and there's this big sign in the front yard said 16,000 square. Oh, I'm looking at it right now. 15,600 square feet office space vacant because it's been vacant over the years. And the only reason it was ever occupied was Claims Pro, who were in there at one point, was using it as temporary space while they were moving from this space to another one on Fennel. So it's had its vacancy issues over the year. The last assessment was based on the time period when there was a tenant in there, and I don't even recall if that's was appealed or not. I don't know if it's pertinent. I don't know if you care. HIJP. Sorry, I'm organized alphabetically here. Colliers. There we go. 1479. Yes, it's under appeal for 2020 here. And it's a frequent visitor at the municipal board because of its irregular nature. It has always been treated as a standard office, and it's not. It's a converted industrial building, and it suffers from vacancy issues. I think that this is a fair number. That's my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions?
No questions.
Diane?
Nope, thank you.
Robert?
No questions, thank you.
None. Thank you very much. We'll call that done. We'll move on to 100 Scurfield. When you are ready.
File number 22-2632, roll number 030651577700, 100 Scurfield Boulevard. We are valuing the property as it stands of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is 4,533,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property office space located in 661 West Fort Garry Industrial has land area of 16,837 square feet. Leasable area 17,986 square feet. Original built in 1988. We have addition 2006. So on page number 2, subject property leases, we have 3 leases, existing leases. With occupied, they showed occupation 18,227 square feet, with average net rent $17.50 and gross rent $25.74. In units number 1, we have Arthur Gallagher Canada Limited, occupied 13,000 square feet, size 2,000. And third units, Rent Financial Corporation, occupied size 2,400 square feet at $22 per square foot. And second units, Northlight Petroleum, occupied size 2017, 2,610 square feet at $16 per square foot. So they reported 18,227 square feet. We assess 17,986 square feet. The subject property located southwest of the city. On page number 3, following air photos and street view. On page number 4, I presented 10 comparables on with mean $20.49 and media $19.50. They similar to the subject property and built between 1966 and 2005. So my media $19.50. Let's look how we assessed my property. We assessed 17,986 square feet at $18.63. We apply same vacancy loss 6%, expenses 3%, shortfall $8 per square foot, capitalization rate 6.55%. So estimate value of subject property as a stand of January 1st, 2023 will be $4,533,000. It's on April 1st, 2023, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. All my comparables we already look into, so I don't will be spent our time on it. Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yes. Your workup, page 4, was this all done by the model?
Correct.
And these are the same rents that we previously discussed on the other properties? Is that correct?
My comparables on page number 4, 10 comparables. Yeah, it's the same comparable, similar neighborhood. And they have rent from 16,000 square feet to 1,500. All range, same like subject property.
And this is again an I'm OFS. So this is capitalization rate from the OFS lines. Okay, those are my questions. Thanks.
Diane, any questions?
I do not, thank you.
Robert, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
And I've got no questions. On with your presentation, Mr. Neufeld.
Okay. Sorry, I had to do one thing here. I just noticed something. I'm not going to delay you too long here. Just a couple of seconds here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. What I was looking for is that we presented this 3 years ago, and the income and expense statement submitted electronically had been altered. And I just want to make sure that they were the same numbers. Okay. Page 3 is the same one the assessor has, and you'll note that the income 312,000 on rent and recoveries is 435,000, and expenses is not 205. It's $80,000 less than that because interest is not a recoverable expense or not an expense. So we had done that calculation on page 1 at the bottom and came up with 311,000 as net. Statement said 312. We used 312 in our calculations. So this is paid, Brent. The vacancy, same way of calculating it, looking at office from Johnson and suburban office, investment suburban office, incidentally, is much higher than this. People aren't renting during the time of COVID, but this is the report we have. Non-recoverables, the statement shows non-recoverables. Shortfall calculated at 938, and that's based on the actuals. When a property is rent is or income is lower, then the shortfall is lower because the major component of shortfall are taxes. In this case, they're higher, so we would a higher shortfall is required, and leaving us an NOI of 251,000 after this, and we've capped at 7.25%. The building is well, the two sites, and I live close by and been in here numerous times. So the Gallagher side was purpose built as office. The other building was a warehouse storage that was converted to office. It's a fairly inferior quality on that basis. I think that's one issue with it. I'm looking at this one thing, the person who wrote this, who should know better. I think this is a great location. There's some quality issues with the building, true, but it's actually it shouldn't have been a location deficient. It's a good location, so I would actually suggest 7% would be a fairer number. And on the actual income, 251,579 at 7 is 3,594,000. And like I said, the serious detraction on this is just the layout of it and the quality and condition of the other building. I would also think that a layout, if you look at the picture, the building should have been positioned further to the back. And so these are just issues, small issues. As I keep saying, the Collier's cap rate report is a range, and it's not a Bible. And you still have to fit in the range. This wouldn't be considered, I think, A or B class in the Colliers, just mainly because of what it is. But it's still a good location, so 7% is fair. That's my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, please. Page number 3 of agent brief. It is true that interest in promotion, it's not par net operating income estimation, correct?
Yeah, we took it out. Promotion stays, interest is out.
So net operating income 230,436, correct?
Yeah, and that should be approximately 311,000.
We have to add interest 18,555, correct?
No, that's what we already did on
And
page 1.
1,900, I don't see.
We already did that on page 1.
So reported net operating income 12,000, correct?
311,892.
Thank you. No further questions.
Diane, any questions?
I do not know.
Robert?
No questions, thank you.
And I've got none, so that will conclude that matter. We'll move on to 525 Academy. Uh-oh. When you're ready.
File number 22-2357, roll number 120-700-41000. Location is 525 Academy Road. We are valuing the property as a stance of January 1st, 2023, based on economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on as evidence in this report, in this assessor opinion that the market value of the subject property as April 1st, 2021 is 1,238,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property office building located in 626 Sir John's Franklin area. It has land area around 8,000 square feet, gross floor area 5,368 square feet, assessed leasable area 4,448 square feet. This building was sold in 2016 for 1,573,000. We have 4 existing leases at the property with total area 4,475 square feet. Leases was first lease Academy Optical lease in 2019 for net rent $21.87. Second lease Academy Chiropractic Center lease start in 2021 April 1st prior to reference day at $25 per square foot. Lease on units number 3 started in 2016 and $12.50, and lease on units number 4 started in 2020 for $12. Average for whole building $17.68, and average gross rent $34.03. So it's half gross rent and net rent difference 50% of operating expenses. On page number 3, more air photo and street view. Second 2 leases for $12.50 and $12 on second floor. No elevator in this building. On page number 4, I presented 8 comparables of similar space. Look very close to the subject property neighborhood. So I have South Right Heights 268 and subject property 626 St. John's Franklin, and they showed the mean or average $19.84 and media $18.75. We did assess 4,448 square feet at $18.54. We apply same vacancy loss 6%, expenses 3%, shortfall $8 per square foot, capitalization rate 5.9%. Let's look on my comparables. On page 8, income expense mailer provided to us, where I posted existing leases on page number 2. On page number 15, my comparables. First comparables, 1355 Taylor Avenue, units 300, lease for $26.50. It's 2-floor building, similar with subject property. 611 Academy Road, we can see it's 1-floor building, irregular shape of land, lease in 2019, around 4,000 square feet at $18 per square foot. Same neighborhood like subject property. Another comparables on page number 17, 1345 Taylor Avenue, same 2-floor building, leases at $17 per square foot for 6,000 and around 2,000 square feet, just $17 reported to us. On page number 18, 1530 Taylor Avenue, leases started in 2018. First lease around 6,000 square feet and $19.50. Lease started in 2014 for around 5,000 square feet, same rent, $19.50. And third lease unit 6 at $16.50. Lease started in 18. On page number 19, my last comparable, 1420 Taylor Avenue. Lease started in 2018 at $24.75. On page 20, 21, 22, I showed all our existing leases pro office space, 87 comparables, 3 years prior reference date. Based on evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $1,238,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Neufeld, any questions?
Yes. On page 2, you quote a sale. Who was the vendor? Do you know?
I don't have in front of me, but
Did
it's a market rent, free market.
I believe you entered this property as a cap rate example on a previous municipal board. Are you telling me you don't remember who the vendor was?
No, I don't remember.
You weren't.
In my brief, I don't show the specific cap rate comparables. We have
You were not.
table on page, 1 second. Cap rate.
I'm not
summary
questioning
list
a cap rate. I'm questioning that you previously
I not
used it.
remember. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. So then you don't remember that the tenant in Unit 1, Academy Optical, was the vendor on this property.
On page number 6, everything about capitalization rate.
You don't remember that Academy Optical sold the building and then did a lease back. And
lease for $21.87.
Okay, so that's, I was just asking to remember the sale and who's involved. And those are my questions.
Thank you. Diane, any questions?
I do not, thank you.
Thank you. Robert, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
I have none. We'll move on to your presentation, Mr. Neufeld.
Yes, I became familiar with this property after it was submitted as a cap rate example, and I was doing my due diligence. I contacted the vendor and the purchaser, and it was not an arm's length transaction. The fellow who owned Academy Optical sold the building to my client, Chris, and they did a lease back on it. So there's really nothing to be gained from the sale as a non-arm's length transaction. As far as the income goes, I've been trying to understand this, and I think the numbers are right. With COVID, there's been a lot of changes and adjustments on the rent side, and you'll note that the CECRA thing. I think what this is as I recall, is if the owner cuts the rent by 25%, the government will pay some of the rent. And there's a deal on that. So what we had done with this is looked at the rent, the revenue, and this is the summaries on page 1. Again, this is not a full recovery building. This is a series of semi-gross leases. So the revenue would be 122. If you back the CECRA out, it's 135,000. So we've used that number, forgetting about the subsidy amount and any sort of support. The actual expenses are 65,000. That leaves 69,282 as the net income on that before vacancy risk. And I'm reading these things through, and I believe that is a fairly good number. And it appears to me that the non-recoverables are on our page 4 under general administration. That not all of these are recovered from the leases. Just doing the math. It's typical of a small building operation, and it's not when it's hasn't been professionally managed. Now, Chris now is getting a professional manager to start sorting out the leases one by one, but the optician who did them has a variety of different deals on that he's inherited. So the number being 69,000, the vacancy, again, we're looking at Johnson report. We're coming with 8.45 as a fairly, that's fairly represents what was happening. And I've been quoting these numbers from the Johnson report all day long. And just for a change of scenery, that the Johnson report has about 15 different categories and different ways and breakdowns by different neighborhoods and uses. So there are many ways to read this. And one of the ones that we haven't referred to is the investment property vacancy list. And I haven't submitted it, but essentially this is a picture of investment properties in the city of Winnipeg. And that means that they're purchased to be rented. Not much more, better way of explaining it than that. But since 2018, this number has increased from 8.5% to 17.7%. And that is what has happened in the last few years. So our numbers are relatively conservative, and truthfully, Academy is a better part of town for the vacancy rate issue in retail, and that would generally follow through in office. And of course, as with all these properties today, this is 50% office and 50% retail anyway. It is another mixed use. The cap rate we've looked at is the shortfall is the actual, because again, influenced by the tax rate. And then the non-recoverables, we're using the actual non-recoverables in this case because the statement actually breaks these out, 4,464. That's the actual amount. It's a little bit higher than the 7%. And I don't care if it's 7% or 4,400. I think the person who did this was making an issue. But the NOI at 53,880 corresponds quite well to the statement, even though the statement is impacted by non-physical vacancy, financial vacancy. So it's not an actual. These are the subsidies, which pretty much reflect what the market would have done anyway. The cap rate applied is 7.5 here, and again, I think I'm looking at this workup here, and I think it's a better part of town than this. I think that Academy has done better. Like any property that's focused on local services has done better than the ones that are focused more on servicing the whole city, because a local service is always required. And so the cap rate should be better than this, than 7.5. And remembering that this is a mixed-use retail office, the retail would probably be the targeted area for something like this, or and you can see our rents, our caps on both suburban office and retail, 6 to 6.75. So it still has some shortcomings. The worst being the size of it. One vacancy means 25% loss in incomes. That's probably the major issue here. Small equals bad, but I still think 7% is better. So 53,880 at 7% is 770,000. 770. This property has never, to my knowledge, been before the Board of Revision, so this is the first time I think it's ever been reviewed. That's my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions of the applicant?
Yes, please. Would you agree that sale of subject property in 2016 for 1.5 million, best estimation of market value of subject property?
No, I already said it's not an arm's
for the
length
question.
transaction.
Any other questions?
No, no questions.
Thank you. Diane, any questions?
No, sir.
Robert?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. That'll conclude the matter. We'll move on to 1483 Pembina Highway. When you're ready. Are you there?
Be with me. It's
Okay.
downloading.
You're having the same problem I am.
Computer tired. We okay?
Oh, God, spitting back at me and everything here. I'm trying to pull them up beforehand now to get them. I need this back.
Okay. File number 22-3796. Roll number. Okay, it's here. I can read. Sorry. Roll number 0307006900. Address 1483 Pembina Highway. We are valuing the property as a stand of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal with respect to the amount of the assessed value, classification of property, and liability to taxation.
Okay. So he's challenging the. Is he challenging the classification on this one?
No, I think it was just filled in because there is exempt space in the property. So
Yeah.
I don't. We tend to fill them all, check that all off anytime we have an exempt one, just in case there's been a change. But no, we have no issues this time around.
Okay, so you're going to take it off then?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Sign it off and get it done. Go ahead then.
Based on the evidence in this report, it is assessor's opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $2,309,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property is office building located in neighborhood Maybach has land area of 10,897 square feet, gross floor area 14,238 square feet. This property was sold in 2008. It's not relevant. On page number 2, subject property picture. It's located southwest of the city. More air photos and street view on page 3 and 4. Subject property has parking spot in front, back, and and west side, wrong side of land. On page number 5, started estimation of subject property, market income. We estimate taxable partial 9,500 square feet at $14.29. We apply 6% vacancy, expenses 3%, shortfall $8 per square foot for all office space across the city, and capitalization rate 6.7%. Give an estimation of taxable party 1,779,000. On page number 6, it's exemption portion occupied by Winnipeg Global Education College, Inc. They occupy 2,611 square feet. We assess it at $15.33. Applied same vacancy law 6%, 3% expenses. Shortfall $8 per square foot. A capitalization rate 6.7%. Give us 5,500. So summary on page number 7. Here also rent comparables of similar properties, neighborhood close to 605, everything 612, 606, 11. They showed on Pembina, on Caridon, and Harrow. Mean of $19.39 and media $20 per square foot. On page 10, income expense mailer provided to us. Let's look on my comparables. They started on page number 15. Everyone with me?
Yep, we're there.
On page 15, first comparables, it's 905 Waverly Street. Lease size 2015 for over 27,000 square feet at $16.01. Another comparables on 1619 Pembina, same neighborhood, like subject property, lease of 12,823 square feet and $15.70. It's free floor building. On page number 16, 1686 Pembina Highway, close neighborhood, lease started in 2017 for 10,600 square feet at $16. Another land at 1210 Pembina, lease started 2019, over 1,000 square feet at $20 per square foot. On page 17, 1450 Caridon Avenue, lease started 2015 for $25.25. Lease in 2002 at $20.25 for around over 7,000 square feet. In my last comparables, 10001 Caridon Avenue, lease started 2020 for over 8,000 square feet at $20. On page 18, 19 and 12, I showed all comparables for office space, 87 comparables 3 years before reference date. And they showed $16, 300,000 square feet showed average $16 per square foot. So we apply $15.43 and less than $15. So it's fair and very well supported by my evidence. Based on evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $2,309,000. And that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yes. Sorry, I'm just wanted to check something that came up here. Yeah, on your page 1, you're showing 12,111 square feet leasable. On the report from the owner on page 13, they're showing 11,114. Where'd you get the extra 1,000 square feet?
It's in our record together 12,111 square feet.
Well, no, it's not in your record because we've taken this through the municipal board like 6 times. Well, we
It's
know
still in
that it was
our record.
corrected to 11,000 feet. Why, where did this change happen?
It's our record, 12,000 square feet.
So in other words, you've ignored the mailer that the owner sent in. Is that correct?
It's our record, so 12,000 square feet.
The rents sorry, the workup you did in page 5, this is all done by the model. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your rent table ranges from $12.30 a square foot to $16.95 here. Did you compare it to the actual rent roll, which I think the highest rent is $11 a square foot?
It's model-driven numbers, very well supported by my comparables.
In regard to your comparables, are any of them office?
It's all office space. It's office portfolio.
Number 1 is a call center, correct?
Correct. It's our one of appealed properties. Correct.
And
it's 27,000 square feet. Rent $16 per square foot, and we assess less than 10,000 square feet. $14.29.
Okay, I'm just asking about the use. I don't need the story here. 1686 Pembina. Isn't this a medical clinic?
Let's look at my comparables. It started on page 15. What we're looking at?
Isn't it a medical clinic?
It's not relevant office space occupied.
Is it a medical clinic or not?
It's not relevant.
Well, okay, I don't care if you think it's relevant or not. Do you have an answer to my question or not?
Which comparables you talk about?
Is 1686 Pembina Medical Office.
What I know, it's lease size 2019 of 12,000 square feet for $15.70.
The next one, 1210.
Office space, a similar neighborhood, same like subject property. If 13,000 square feet rent for $15.70, 10,000 square feet will be rent higher.
1210 Pembina Highway. Are you aware it's owner occupied?
And lease income expense mailer provided to us 10,600 square feet. It's net lease for $16 per square foot.
Which one are you talking about? 1210 Pembina?
One that you asked the question on.
Oh, okay. 1210 Pembina. Are you aware this is owner occupied?
They recorded lease 1,149 square feet at $20.
I'm looking at the income and expense form. It says owner occupied. Are you aware of that?
It's they lease 1,149 square feet.
So that would be a no. You're not aware that it's owner occupied. Is that what you're saying?
I say they have lease for over 1,000 square feet, size 2019 and $20 per square foot.
When somebody puts a form on their form that they're owner occupied, why do you ignore it?
This lease, my comparables number 3. It's comparable number 3 reported to us net lease. It's what owner reported to us.
Okay, well, I sent in the report as rebuttal. 1001 Corridon. Which space is this? Which unit is this? 300?
300. And they rent 8,000 square feet at $20. Says 2020.
Those are my questions.
Thank you. Diane, any questions?
No, sir.
Robert,
No questions, thank you.
thank you. Let's move on to your presentation, please, Mr. Neufeld.
1483 Pembina has had its share of ill fate with the city assessor department, and so there's a bit of sensitivity here. 6 years ago, they sent the income and expense form to a stranger, and the penalty was applied. And now they never read these things that get sent to them. We have taken this through the board because of these problems. There was, I think, 2 or 3 years in a row where this expense mailer was being sent to somebody else entirely. It was eventually sorted out, and eventually the assessor who dealt with it was pretty fair-minded. And in 2020, the assessment was changed to $1,015,000 through this process. Sometimes things are very cooperative. The issue with this property is quite simple. It is a old style bi-level style building. The first floor is below grade. The other 2 floors are above grade. Somebody's bright idea, but it doesn't generate good rents. And I've been representing this property since 2003, and it's never performed well. It's on the focus here is to try to stay full and without too many vacancy problems. And to do that, you're going to have a $9 rent. The rent rolls you've seen them all. We've reproduced them. They range from $9 to $11. Most of them are at $9 a foot. We have moved this property and managing it to finally more of a net look on it. There's still a few non-recoverables, but by and large, it's now a net rent building. So the rent is fairly reliable, and we're using $103,000 as potential. You note in the statement that net income was $97,000, but income was 116. So there is still a bit of a shortfall of recoveries. I can't even read our own writing here. Recoveries are 130,000 and expenses are 150,000. So there's still that shortfall as it's migrating to become a net rent building. We've used 103,000 vacancy as before. Non-recoverables. There are non-recoverables in the statement. And so the NOI is 78,778. This would be a fair representation of the potential rent less the income vacancy risk, I should say. Cap rate of 7.5. In this particular case, I think that's probably too low. It's just not a desirable revenue producing building. It's never going to have an upside, and it never has in 20 years I've been involved with it. There's never been an upside. It's not going anywhere. It's just the design on it with the basement unit, the split level units, and the parking is extremely low. You can see from the pictures that in the back they've got 10, 12 parking stalls. So that's on the skimpy side. So there's no potential for reuse. You couldn't put a retail use in there, for example. And the age, the condition, I think the 7.5, like I said, if this were classified, this would be a suburban miscellaneous building at the lower end of the range. And I have sent in as rebuttal, because I wanted to end on that note, the income and expense form for 1210 Pembina Highway that my client filled out and marked in as owner occupied. That's my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions?
No questions.
Diane, any questions?
No, sir.
Robert, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, we'll review that document after. Correct?
Sure, it's black and white.
Okay. In that case, I guess we're done. Hold on. Yep, please read. We have heard all the items scheduled, and this hearing is now adjourned. Everyone have a great evening.
Thank you, you too.
Great weekend.
Bye.
Well, we're not going anywhere yet. Go ahead, Dan. Robert says, I'm going.
No, wait.
I'll just step away for a second.